Hi, good evening. Oh, sorry, that felt loud. Sorry. We're going to go ahead and get started. I'd like to welcome everybody to this evening's regularly scheduled board meeting, May 17th, 2023 at 5:30 p.m. I'd like to go ahead and call this meeting to order and establish a quorum.
Board President Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Member Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Great, thank you. I'd like to notify the audience that the open session will be audio taped and streamed online. And with that, we'll move on to agenda item C. May I please receive a motion to adopt the agenda?
I move to adopt the agenda. Second.
Board President Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Great, and we'll move on to agenda item D. Jack, if you'd like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. All right, thank you, Jack. All right, we'll go on to agenda item E. This is our student board member updates, ACT, CSCA comments, Board of Education, and acting superintendent update. These are all routine status updates regarding campus activities, meetings scheduled, conferences, meetings attended, and any recent developments. So with that, we'll go ahead and start with you, Jack.
Thank you. As you may have seen from the posters littered around CHS, this week, Carmel Middle School, this week the middle school will have its Renaissance Fair and its musical Singing in the Rain. And please stop by their open house on May 25th. Tularcitos is having its open house tonight, and they are having dinner, a volunteer appreciation event, and open classrooms. River has its open house tomorrow, and their fifth graders are going to the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk on the 25th. High school seniors can also go to the boardwalk on June the 2nd for Sober Grad Night and the Universal Studios on May 25th. The middle school music students had their turn at an amusement park on May 13th for the Great America Music in the Parks competition. They swept the event, earning a rating of superior across all categories for all 4 vocal and instrumental ensembles. The district is also excelling in athletics. High school cross country won the league, went to CCS, and both boys and girls cross country advanced to state. Tennis won the P-Cal Gavilan division, the top division in our league. Boys volleyball, for the second time ever in their history, are the NorCal semifinals. They were the runners-up in the section finals and are hosting the NorCal semifinal game at CHS tomorrow at 6. You should see them play. It's very impressive. Captain Cooper just finished up one big project, helping with the Big Sur Marathon, where it provided 50 volunteers, and is on to its next big project, relocating its school garden. They will be working with both their school community and extended community, including Me Earth and the Big Share. They're also providing field trips to science camp, San Francisco, the high school, middle school, and swimming at the sports center. 3 big end-of-the-year dances are coming up. Preschoolers at Carmela will be bringing down the house at a DJ dance party on May 26th. 8th graders at the middle school will have the Me Earth habitat transformed into an elegant venue for the promotion dance this Friday. And juniors and seniors at the high school will be having their prom this Saturday on a boat in the San Francisco Bay. Finishing up this year, we have promotion and graduation ceremonies to acknowledge and celebrate milestones everywhere. Carmelo will honor their advancement of their students from preschool to kindergarten. The elementary schools are celebrating their kindergartners going to elementary and commemorating their 5th graders leaving for middle school. The middle school is having a promotion ceremony for 8th graders heading off to high school, and on June 2nd, we have the final celebrations for achievement within the district, the Carmel Valley High and Carmel High School graduations. The commencement ceremonies are at 11 a.m. for Carmel Valley High and 4 p.m. for Carmel High School. Coinciding with these new chapters in students' lives, Carmel River School Principal Mr. Martin will also be starting a new chapter in his life. He is retiring this year. To show their deep appreciation for 27 years of dedication and service to the district and to the entire community, River School is going to be throwing him a fantastic retirement party. There will be music via DJ, bounce houses for the kids, no-host food trucks where you can buy something good to eat, decorations, and lots of fun. Everyone is invited: students, teachers, staff, alumni, families, anyone whose lives have been touched by Mr. Martin. This is on May 30th from 3 to 6 at the River School. Please check the River School website for more details and RSVP. Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of your board meetings this year. This will be my last meeting before I graduate, and you can look forward to being very impressed with my successor next year, Marcus Mickey, the ASB president and student representative to the board for the 2023-2024 school year. I've learned so much from you. I have tremendous admiration for each of you. I also have great respect for the commitment and involvement of our community members. It has been an honor to work with you and an honor to serve the students of Carmel Unified School District. Thank you so much for a wonderful year.
Thank you, Jack. We're going to miss you. You've been an incredible student board member. So thank you very much for all the effort that you put into this. I'm sure we'll all have our individual comments, but thank you. All right. We will welcome comments from ACT and CSCA. I'll welcome Bill Schreier from ACT first.
Hello, everyone. Bill Schreier, president of ACT. Mr. Norman, you have breathed life into that position like nobody before you. I've been to a lot of board meetings over the last 8 years, like almost every one of them. And there were moments where the student representative wouldn't show up, let alone participate the way that you have. And that's really what the model is. And I would strongly encourage the board to consider having the student representative exercise a preferential vote, which is also permissible under the Ed Code and board policy. Thank you for your service, sir. Well, it happens to be my last meeting as ACT president as well. As I said, I've been doing this job for 8 years. I'm anxious to let go of it. And I'll first tell you about my successors, Elizabeth Marsh, longtime River School teacher. Oh, there's Elizabeth. I asked her to come. And she's already just blown me away with her diligence and is going to be an amazing president. And it's really good to have an elementary school teacher be the president so that it's not, high school. We're pretty high school heavy, or we have been. She's going to be joined on the e-board by Steve Nacht, who's a high school teacher, as the treasurer, and Maren Dinsmore, who's another elementary teacher, is going to be the secretary. We need to hold another election for vice president. It's vacant at the moment. At Carmel High, the site representatives are going to be Barb McBride and Phil Johnston. At CMS, Joe Guzzi. At River, Allison Bonin is going to return. She's just been doing a great job there. Tular Caton Avila, Cooper, Jillian Tishio. And then for the first time ever, we're going to have a site rep at Carmel, and that's Erica Daniels. So, and I will say that one of the things I'm proudest of having accomplished during my tenure is getting the preschool teachers into our unit. They got their first contract sent to them today to sign. And I want you to think about that. I hadn't seen one of those before. So thank you to the district for partnering with us to make that happen. And speaking of a partnership, I feel like we've had a good partnership here for the 8 years I've been president. We've been through some really hard times. The first 3 years of my presidency was uneventful. Sure, we had stuff to do, but the subsequent 5 years, as you all know, was challenging. And the truth is that at no time in my service as president did I put the interests of students second to anything. And those of you that know me know that's true. As I go back to being just a teacher, I hope people will appreciate that fact, that this is not something in my DNA that I was the association president. I did what I thought was best for the teachers, the students, the community, and the like. And we didn't always agree, but I think we got a lot accomplished. The last thing I want to say is, having worked with the acting superintendent, Ms. Ofek, I think she's great. I hesitate to say what I'm about to say because there's been a bit of a history of not accepting ACT's recommendations, but give her a contract, make her a permanent superintendent. Let's not repeat the mistakes of the past. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bill. And welcome, Elizabeth, as the new ACT president. I'd like to welcome Lisa Brazil from CSCA.
Good evening, everybody. Jack, to you first. Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure working with you, getting to know you, both here and at the school. I wish you the very, very best. I can't wait to see what you do in your next phase of life. I'm sure it's going to be absolutely stunning. So, congratulations. Bill, going to miss you and our many, many talks in the morning about union business. CSCA news. So we held a unit meeting and a barbecue last week. It was very well attended. And I wanted to share that the tenor and tone and the general response from CSCA members regarding what's going on in the district and with the board, I have to say is with disillusionment. What I hear from my membership is that the lack of leadership at the highest levels of our district have left our unit members feeling very insecure for themselves and for the students in our district. CSCA and ACT and district staff sit down next week for negotiations, and I sincerely hope, and this is to the board, that the district staff have the full authority to complete what the district needs to complete to get our negotiations done. It is my hope as the president of a large unit, we're over 200 people, about as big as the teachers group, that the board will carefully consider the well-being of the staff as well as the students in future decision making. And I had one member in particular come and speak with me because he wanted me to point out to you that in his position, the starting salary is lower than what you would make at In-N-Out Burger. And I just wanted to leave that with you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. We'll move along to comments from the Board of Education. We'll go ahead and start with you, Carl.
For Carl, more than normal. Usually I try to highlight a couple things, but so anyway, I'm going to start with the Carmel High School site visits. I've been up there. One of the teachers said board members should be on campus, take a look around, see what you think yourself. So, I mean, I know the campus pretty well from my past history, but the last focus I had is on the clubs. And so far I've been to 3 different ones. Public Policy Club, where they actually had me speak, which was really cool. Jewish Food and Culture Club, that was a food event, and that was really cool. And the last one has been the Be Yourself Club. And I want to talk a little bit about that. I've had some pushback, believe it or not, from some people in the community that have a problem with that club's presence on the campus. And that is a concern to me because the school has an obligation to support all of these clubs. So, I'm going to read something that Debbie Puente, she's an assistant principal at the high school, wrote that I think really kind of captures it. While the site administration values parent input, we prioritize students, which include the LGBTQ+ students and club members, and we want all of our students to feel free and welcome and included. And that is the role of the school administration, is to support that. And I think that we need to put that message out in pretty clear tones. We really do. And we haven't done that. We've got a lot on our plate. I get that. But it's a delightful group, I can tell you right now, with delightful advisors. These clubs are protected in so many ways. To have the presence on a public school campus, and might be well for some people to look into some of the protections that are actually there. Federal equal access, First Amendment, Section 220 of the California Ed Code is full of provisions that allow student voice. So I was hoping that we would be able to hear them speak about what they do. But to do that, as I look further into the situation, you got to have protocols at the high school for any club to present to the school board. In other words, what are the high school's established rules? And they're open for all students. So in investigating it a little bit more, I found out that the high school, in fact, does not have a defined protocol for that. But you have to have it for all clubs. So I think that's going to be job one for whoever is coming in next year. But we need to hear from all of them. We need to validate these clubs as a board. We need to get those kids in front of us. And to me, any voice, any student voice that's sanctioned by that high school is valid. And so I'm expressing a little disappointment, but at the same time, maybe shedding a little bit of light on what our responsibility is as a school board. So I wanted to say that. I was going to change a gear here. It's not quite as dire, but I have attended quite a few things at the high school. One of them is the varsity baseball team is also in the playoffs, again, for about the millionth time. This volleyball team, if you have nothing else to do, you got to go watch them. They are something else. They really are. They won. They're in the finals, and they've got Merced tomorrow night. They played Galileo yesterday out of San Francisco and beat them handily. They're remarkable. They really are, and I don't know a lot about it, but after seeing the first one, I have not been able to not go to the next one. So anyway, I just wanted to give them a tip of the hat. Did a river school visit and attended Pam Galuli's third grade class where Nora Ward, high school teacher, gave a presentation on the power and value of sleep to third graders. First of all, to come out of a high school setting and to be that comfortable with third graders is pretty remarkable in itself in terms of just the vocabulary you'd use and everything else. But what I came away with is quite a bit of information that I was not aware of in terms of how little families really have an organized process for sleep, the value of sleep, the different levels of sleep. It was really fascinating. And, I would recommend that introductory thing that Nora did to move it up the grade levels, because it just is something we don't talk about. We talk about it in terms of late start, but she's talking about it in terms of what does it mean. So I wanted to get that in there. And I had a chance in the same day to go by, I forgot which teacher it was, but Seabury over here was doing a presentation on, excuse me? All first graders. Well, that I knew. I could tell because I've got a kindergartner, a third grader, and I got that one down. But she was doing something with fish and paint.
Not eating them.
No, they weren't eating them, but I got to tell you, it was a lot of fun. It was kind of a mess, if you want to know the truth, but it was pretty cute. And they were taking these samples that I guess she has from her work. She's going to tell you about it. But anyway, I got a chance to see that and the way out the door. So Did listening sessions, 2. Did one with the central office staff and another one with maintenance, operation, and transportation. And I did the one at the central office with Seabury. And of course, they were asking the good questions. And hopefully we gave them reasonable answers. There are some things, the board cannot talk about in terms of personnel issues and things like that. But I will say this. I thought it was a very good discussion, and let it be said, they're very supportive of Ted Knight. That came out pretty loud and clear to me. The next one I did was with Jason Romenzi, and Jason over here, new board member. We went down to maintenance, operation, transportation, big group, probably 25 plus. I mean, it was sizable. And you got to love those people. I mean, they just A to B. Here's the question. Bang. Before you can even kind of get in to sit down and eat one of the donuts that Dan brought. But they're a great group, and they asked a lot of really good questions, and they're heavily impacted by a lot of what we're doing right now. Even the late start is something that they are having a hard time with in terms of how that would interface with what they do. So we had I think a really good session. Jason will tell you a little more about that. But they too are supportive of the superintendent, Ted Knight, and I just need to say that. Those are takeaways. You need to know that. So I visited Captain Cooper School for Cinco de Mayo, and I found a couple of my board members there, Anne Marie and Sarah, when I got there, and they were doing what only Captain Cooper can do on Cinco de Mayo, and that is the authentic dancing. And it is so much fun to watch, especially with the little ones. And I'm talking first, second grade, but it went all the way up through 5th grade, and it was really a lot of fun. They got this one kid down there, Emiliano. He should just go to Hollywood tomorrow morning. I mean, this guy, Anne-Marie, you saw this, Sarah. Okay. So anyway, they did that, and then they had a mariachi band, professional, and then they had the authentic food, and it was really quite a show. It was a beautiful afternoon, and for me, it was really special because I got to reconnect to so many families that I've known over the years down there. And, my years as a principal, and the greatest honor they have bestowed upon me is to ask me to play on their Big Sur softball team. But it's the Latinos. It's the Burritos. That's the name of the team. That's quite an honor, but I did have to point out that my baseball skills have not progressed much over the last few years. So anyway, that's a great visit. Today, Rotary Scholarships, Carmel Rotary, attended the annual Rotary, an incredible level of support by Carmel Rotary in giving our students all of these scholarships that are often, some of them 4-year. And they talked about the process, honored a lot of the kids. And but I've been seeing this for years. Today, what was pretty special was, if believe it or not, Jack. What does he do? He sings. And what was that you were singing, Jack?
Seven Crudele.
And tell us a little more.
It's an Italian aria.
I'm telling you, you can't believe it. I mean, I can't find anything this guy can't do. Nothing. And to do that in front of a bunch of people, I mean, it was a pretty big room. But anyway, I wanted to give them a heads up. But also at the same time, Carmel Valley Rotary, they do Top 100 dinner, which is another high-profile event, so they should be getting those two Rotary clubs pretty special. We do have our board retreat this Friday, and what we do there is talk about how we can do better. This is the 12th one for me consecutively. And it's an opportunity for the board to just take a look at what we're doing. And I think one of the last thing I'll say is one of the things that has to come out of that is some kind of a summary evaluation of the board to the community. And I know that we ask you from time to time, what do you think? But I think that we need to craft something that's going to give us better direction and just make us better. That's it.
Thank you so much, Carl. Anne Marie?
Hello, everyone. I wanted to, first of all, extend to Jack, what I put in his card was, be true to yourself always, and to ask the hard questions, okay? I know that you're gonna just go out there and knock them dead, so I'm so impressed with you. Carl, I wanted to thank you for the acknowledgement about the LGBTQ plus community, and I'm looking forward to something coming before the board where we're gonna have some kind of resolution acknowledging this protected class of citizens that we have got on our campuses. So I wanted to acknowledge that. Thank you, Carl.
Thank you.
I've been out volunteering in Kashawa and having a wonderful time. I've been working on my throwing skills for soccer because the ball goes over the fence and they can't go outside the fence, so I run out and grab the ball and throw it back in. So I'm having lots of fun with them. Community Human Services, we had a finance committee meeting and a full in-person board meeting at Sand City City Hall, which was kind of cool to be in a city hall. And I got to introduce Jason, my new alternate, to them, and so he was, it's great to have him on board with me. CTE is, the student awards are out for CTE, and they're covering ag and natural resources, arts, media, and entertainment, building and construction trades, engineering and architecture, art sciences and medical technologies, hospitality, tourism and recreation, information, communication technology, and manufacturing product development. So they have got awards for all of those, and I will be at a winery tomorrow night. Too bad I don't drink, but I'll be at a winery tomorrow night for the awards ceremony, so I'm looking forward to seeing all of the projects that everyone's going to be putting forward. Had attended listening sessions. I got to be with Jason and have a great time going around with him, both at Tular and Cooper. We got a lot of information, a lot of feedback from both of those groups. I'm so impressed with how in tune our teachers are to the entire district and what's going on, and they brought up a lot of very salient points. So it was nice to see that. Cooper Cinco de Mayo, I wish you had seen it. It was adorable, just absolutely adorable. Jillian Nemeth Tecchio, class of 2000. Oh man, I mean, I knew that. Yeah, I mean, what you could. This, the acorn didn't fall far from the tree. With Shelley Nemeth was
My secretary.
Carl's secretary for a while. Oh man. I mean, she had all the dance cards and was, having the kids go out there, and she had all the cards and was flipping through the cards as the kids were doing the dances, and it was wonderful to see. Just absolutely wonderful to see. It just choked me up. I had a very important, I've had very informative conversations with some of the past CUSD superintendents and some of the past board members, and sort of gotten a little bit of history from them, and so I wanted to thank them for opening up and having conversations with me. That was not easy for them to do. Study session about Portrait of a Graduate and the strategic planning. I just wanted to say thank you very much to my fellow board members for putting up with me, for jumping up and down for the last couple of months to have those. I really appreciate you taking the time. I really want to say to the community out here how very important it is to have those planning sessions, to have those conversations, to have those study sessions, so we can have a future for this district. This board has to have a mindset that's 5 to 10 years out in the future, as otherwise we fall off the cliff and we have no future for us. So it's very, very important that we have those conversations. So thank you to each and every one of my board members for taking the time to do that. Thank you, thank you. The retreat on Friday, I promised some people because they were like, these are coming up and we're not realizing that they're coming up. So retreat on Friday at Sunset Center. We're going to be about trust and relationship building. We're learning about appropriate behaviors and getting along with superintendents and learning to stay in our lane, and what is appropriate for board members, what is appropriate for the superintendent to be doing. And then I'm looking forward to future study sessions. They haven't been set up yet, but they're in the works, about CANRA, which are the mandatory reporter laws, and Title IX. Career Tech Ed, I want to just make sure that the community is well aware of that, and I want to start with my board members so they can be the voice that brings this in. More governance trainings, so stay tuned for those. I've had some lovely conversations with Sharon. Thank you very much for that. I really appreciate getting onto, be clarified and getting onto the right page. And then I wanted to point out something that a lot of people did not know, but I would like to congratulate our superintendent. He got awards from the Association of California School Administrators, ACSA. He got 2 awards. One is Valuing Diversity, and then the other one, drum roll, he got Superintendent of the Year from our district, Region 10. He was nominated by his peers for those. No superintendent in our district has ever gotten those awards. So, drum roll. Thank you. And that was the extent of my report. I appreciate it.
Great. Thank you so much, Anne Marie. Jason?
Good evening. Over the last month, you've heard all the things that I got to do, but I'll tell from my point of view. I love hearing it from other people and their perception of what's going on in the district, because there are so many good things that I think are getting drowned out by other things that are showing up in the news or other things people are focusing on. But just watching what happened today at the Rotary meeting, and I think they said there was 25 or 30 kids that received scholarships from the Rotary.
Yes.
And it's amazing the amount of money that our local Rotary can put back into the community outside of our scholarships. But watching these kids that were up there, all amazing people. Just, you can tell from the look in their eye, the way they present themselves, the way they speak, the way they sing, which maybe we could see that again sometime. But one of
be
the
cool.
people that got up and spoke at the end, Golden Anderson, the high school athletic director and football coach and science teacher, he said you should see the people that didn't get the scholarships that applied.
That was a
And
good
how
point.
amazing they are too. And
Good
it just
point.
goes to show what we are fostering in this community and what we're putting out into the world. And beyond that, that's about what I have to say about that. But as far as the listening sessions, I was really impressed with all the staff and how involved they were. I've worked in big Fortune 500 companies. I own my own small business now, but I've never seen people so invested in the organization they work for and being so involved and on the pulse of what it is and thinking about what's better to improve the organization, which improves our product, which is the students that we're putting out into the world. At Tular and Captain Cooper, it was neat to hear the issues they have and struggles they're going through and concerns they have. But I couldn't believe how involved these people were and how excited they were to share that information. I think it's great that we have a board that gives access to people like that. On top of that, Captain Cooper, super impressive school. They have an 80 by 100 foot garden. Jack talked about them having to move the garden. 80 by 100 feet is unmanageable in my opinion for any normal household, but with the school, they explained it to us and discussed it, and I can't wait to see how that turns out down there. Carl and I, Anne Marie and I went to both of those schools. I went to Carl to the maintenance operations and transportation, and just to be clear, the bus drivers are listening to what you guys say, and they were happy to share that with us and pass it back on, and they, again, are so invested in their jobs. Nobody's here just showing up for a paycheck. And it's just so amazing for me to see everybody working towards the same common goal. I was happy to attend the Community and Human Services meeting in Sand City. It's close to my shop, walking distance. I didn't realize that programs like that existed, providing mental health for adults, and it trickles down into children and rehab services. They're educating people on Narcan. They're handing out Narcan at the meetings, and it was just a great group of people, and I was amazed to see how big of a group it was. There was people from all different school districts coming in, as well as other community leaders. I didn't really know who all was who. I just kind of showed up and watched, but completely impressed with what's going on in the world. I look forward to our board retreat on Friday and trying to find some direction and bring us back to an even keel and kind of focus, get it back to the students, get it back to education. And that's all I got. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much, Jason. Seabury?
Jason, thanks for jumping in so quickly. Really appreciate all the hard work that you're doing in such a short period of time. Yeah, so I also participated in some listening sessions. Carmel Middle School, Sarah and I participated in that, and that was really informative. I really appreciated the amount of staff that showed up and were honest and just trusted us with their honesty and spoke openly. And that's hard to come by. And I appreciate that they trusted us enough to really be open. Likewise, at the district office, Carl and I were there, and it was, a couple minutes after we were supposed to start, and Carl and I kind of looked at each other and went, uh-oh. I hope people show up. But they did. And they as well, the staff there gave us some really good input and feedback. As Carl mentioned, I've been to River School twice this last month or so. I did do some fish painting with all of the first grade. It was 4 first grade classes. I have been doing this for a while with River School. All my kids went there. And it's a great opportunity to talk to them about the ocean and about why you should be protecting the ocean, and then get some hands-on activity. And then just yesterday, I was able to follow up with a tide pooling with all first graders, the 4 classes. They walked down. We could hear them from miles away, hear them coming. But it's so wonderful for me to step away from my computer and just be in this incredibly beautiful area that we live. And the kids showed up, and I looked at them and I said, welcome to your tide pool. Welcome to your beach. This is yours. And you can come down here anytime and explore. And some of the kids at first were very reluctant and hesitant to, feel squishy sea anemones and pick up crabs. But towards the end of the tide pooling event, they were super excited to be there. And were calling me, "Thank you, Miss Seabury," as they walked away. It was very sweet. So I really appreciated River School teachers letting me do that with their kids, because it was always a good, refreshing opportunity for me as well. I also was lucky enough, I want to thank Alexis, who is the Chief Nutrition Director, for letting me participate in the wellness committee. There is actually a wellness policy, which I didn't realize, and it's in the process of being updated. And so I was interested because I thought it would be beneficial to have a environmental sustainability lens. And so I was able to participate in that meeting, and the policy is being revised right now, and I'll be able to participate in that. So I appreciate them trusting me and allowing me to be a part of that. And then lastly, 3 things. I did want to say, Jack, you're phenomenal. It's just been such a pleasure to work with you. It's hard to find a leader that also exudes integrity, and you have found an incredible balance between the two, and it's been an honor to work with you. And thank you for doing such a fantastic job representing CSC students, and you're going to do incredible things, no doubt about it. Parents, good job. I also wanted to say thank you to Bill for his long time of serving in that capacity. You're not only an incredible leader for our district teachers, but you're an incredible teacher. And I have a little story that I wanted to tell you. I don't know if I've ever told you this before, but all 3 of my kids have actually been with Bill at the high school. And I think it was in 9th grade, my oldest daughter, Quinn, there was just a real feeling of anxiety on campus. I think it was towards the end of the school year, maybe AP testing. And kids were just on high alert and scared and just kind of feeling the pressure. And I remember my daughter coming home after that day and saying, "Mom, you know what Mr. Schreier did? He said, you know what? We're not going to have class today. What we're going to do is we're going to spread out all the desks and chairs and sit in a circle, and we're going to talk to one another." And only exceptional teachers like yourself and all of the other teachers at this district do that. And like Jason said, the teachers and the staff and the principals at this district continue to amaze me. I've been lucky enough to be working with so many staff and teachers and the principals for the 20-some years that I've been at this school, and I'm amazed at the passion that you show up with every day. And I know I said this at the last board meeting, but this has really been a tough year for all of us. I'm not discounting that, but classrooms are steady, and it's because of the work that you teachers are doing to provide that consistency and that structure every day. When the kids show up, you're providing the structure that they need to get through this. And so I thank you as a parent, I thank you as a board member, and I thank you as a community member for continuing to show up for our students. There's no doubt that you do this every day. Thanks.
Thank you, Seabury. Okay. I'll start with a quick recap. I know we've mentioned the Educators' Day at the Rotary. Again, it was just a lovely, lovely celebration of our students. And thank you, Jason and Carl, for attending. I would like to thank all 42 of our students who applied for the scholarship. It is not a simple effort to go through the interview process and to fill out the applications and go through all of it. So thank you to all of our students who applied for the scholarship. And congratulations to the 24 students who were awarded scholarships. I just wanted to rattle off a few of the colleges that were represented today that the students will be attending. And I think one piece of this that makes my heart happy is not all students are attending a four-year school that got acknowledged and received scholarships today. We had a number of students that are attending MPC that received scholarships, and I think that sends a really great message across our entire community. CSUMB was also represented, University of Missouri, Harvard, UCLA, USC, UC Davis, Stanford, Irvine, UCSB, University of Santa Cruz, Point Loma, Nazarene, Southern Baptist, Pomona, and Cal Poly. So congratulations to all of our students, all 42, and we wish you all the best in your next endeavor. And that includes you, Jack. And I also wanted to acknowledge that the Rotary made a statement at the beginning of their presentation today, letting everybody in the room know that they deeply value the efforts of all of our staff at each and every one of our schools, and they have an incredibly strong commitment to our district. And that has been unwavering, as Carl knows, year after year after year. So I wanted to spread that message to everybody too, because they have proven to be a wonderful and very loyal partner of Carmel Unified School District. I also wanted to acknowledge that Stephanie Lee, a 30-year teacher at Captain Cooper, was honored today at the luncheon for excellence in teaching. And she and Elisa were in attendance, and Stephanie's husband, Ken, was also there to watch her receive the award. And it was also just a wonderful moment to see one of our longstanding teachers being honored. And she has dedicated her life to Captain Cooper. So, Carl, would you like to say something?
Yeah, the award is the Harris Taylor former Superintendent Carmel Award of Excellence. I don't think anybody in here remembers Harris Taylor, but he was a soup here for a long time, very interesting guy, and it took Carmel through its formative years. So that's really quite an award. It really is. And if you look at the list of people that the Rotary has honored with that award, it's pretty impressive.
So all in all, it was a great day. So thank you again. I also attended, as everybody mentioned, the May Festival at Cooper. It was incredible. They said it for me, so I don't need to beat that one. I did also attend the River School May Festival. That is a wonderful community event. It brought back memories when I did the May Festival when I went there, so that was weird. But yeah, so that was just a beautiful afternoon or morning spent with the students there. So thank you to all the staff who made that go off without a hitch. It was a wonderful, wonderful day. As Seabury mentioned, we attended the listening session at the middle school. We were really proud of all of the staff that joined us a couple weeks ago, and I think that we're continuing to really acknowledge the fact that our staff needs to get to know us better, and we need to get to know them better. And this has really been such a great opportunity and great venue to do that. So I'm excited to work with Sharon in putting together the schedule for the listening sessions for the fall, where we can all rotate which schools we all have not been to, and we can continue to do that and get to know staff at all the various sites. So I'm excited about that. As Carl mentioned, we are very excited to put in the right process and protocols for presentations from all of our clubs across campus. So as Carl mentioned, this is definitely a priority, and I don't know if we'll be able to start it at the June meeting, but fingers crossed. If not, it will definitely start in the fall, and I think all of our clubs, they offer so much to our entire student body, and it would give the board and our community an opportunity to really get to know about what's going on at that campus. So definitely excited to kick that off. And last but not least, I wanted to make mention that Jack and I attended the Carmel by the Sea City Council meeting. And I'm really excited about the partnership that the Board of Education will have with the Carmel by the Sea City Council. They have asked for an update from one of our students in leadership. It won't be our student board member. We're going to give the opportunity to another leadership student, and that student will be able to provide the city council with an update on what's going on at Carmel Unified. And I can say it was so well received. Jack did an amazing job updating and educating that area of our community on what's going on in the district. So I'm looking forward to the June meeting and beyond, and having Carmel Unified be a presence and an ongoing presence at those meetings. So thank you, Jack, for making that a priority and doing that. Appreciate it. Last but not least, I wanted to thank Bill Schreier for his leadership as ACT president. Not only is Bill an incredible teacher, and I'm excited that you get to go back to just doing that, but you have been a fierce leader and a gentle and wise advisor when help has been needed from you. And I personally appreciate all of the help and support. We have been through it over the past few years. So I thank you for your partnership. And I welcome the opportunity to work with Elizabeth Marsh in that capacity. So congratulations and welcome. All right, with that, I'll move it off to Sharon.
Thank you. I feel like I have nothing new to share, so I apologize for all the repetition. I've edited as people have spoken, but so hopefully it makes sense too. But in addition to working with the board members in terms of what we can do to support our students in our school district and in our schools, I too have been attending events and visiting school sites, and today's Rotary event was amazing for me to attend. As it's my first time being at that event, and it was really special. It was really wonderful to be able to see and meet a whole bunch of people from our community who I wouldn't otherwise get to meet. Their students are all grown and moved on, and that was pretty amazing and pretty wonderful to hear. Most importantly, though, I appreciated their unwavering support of our district and our students in our district. They were in awe of all of our students and their accomplishments, and commented, as you've heard, on a number of occasions about how hard it was to select the students they did select, of which there were over 20 who received scholarships. And again, Stephanie Lee for her service to the school district, but to Cooper specifically for the past 30 years for her excellence in teaching. And if you ever go down and have an opportunity to see her in action, she's pretty amazing and very, very caring, and really understands and knows the entire community and all of the students at the school. She's just part of Cooper. I don't know how else to say that, but when you go there, you know it. And we're very grateful and thankful for the fact that actually we have a whole lot of CUSD teachers who also are excellent in their craft and in their teaching, and do very well with their students as well, and could be equally considered for that type of an award. We're overflowing with dedicated and committed teachers, just like Stephanie. And last week was Teacher Appreciation Week, which we celebrated across the district. I know parents contributed to that, but staffs also contributed to that, and so did the district office. And their counterparts in the classified union have their week to be honored and celebrated next week. So we're looking forward to that. Those members of our district literally keep things running. So without them, we would not be able to function. And so I look forward to next week and celebrating them as well. Like everyone else, I'd like to acknowledge ACT President Bill Schreier. He's one of the very first people who welcomed me here in the district. I think on my second or third day here, I met with him, and I'm so grateful for that partnership that we established right off the bat, in terms of having a communication flow that was helpful and beneficial to all of us, and went two ways, so we could address whatever was coming up or needed to be addressed. And he's always, in addition to working with me in terms of the association, always welcomed me into his classroom, and welcomed me to watch him teach and give him feedback even, which is so rare. I don't know know if people know how rare that is for high school teachers to be so vulnerable with a new person from the district office, and I am very grateful to him for that opportunity. He's done an amazing job with transitioning with Elizabeth, and so she has been joining us in our collaboration meetings, and I look forward to working with Elizabeth in much the same way that we worked with Bill. And I would also like to share that it is his work and dedication, I think, that has made literally every district in the county a little bit envious of the relationship we do have with our associations, not just ACT, but CSEA as well. I know that it is unique and rare, and so I think that goes to the testament of his dedication and commitment to having a productive and working relationship with the district. Finally, I would like to acknowledge Jack for his stellar representation of all of the students in the district when he reports out at every board meeting. Just like everyone else has said, you have done an amazing job in this role and really taken it seriously and been dedicated and committed. I also got to travel to the CSBA conference this year, where Jack also attended to the student panels for that conference, and got to know him a little bit better. So I really do appreciate the way in which you have shown the community through your reports what's happening at all the sites. And with that, I would like to just say what everyone else has said, which is you're going to have an amazing future and you are a remarkable young man, and we wish you all the very best as you head off to Stanford. And along those lines, we have a little treat for you, a little gift for you as you go. So here you are. I will say, I remember back in September, I met with Jack one Wednesday morning, and we went through the board agenda. I'm like, do you have any questions? What do you want to talk about? How do you want to do all this? And he was just like, like an old pro, and it was only September. So that is pretty unique. So thank you very much. And we have another meeting in a few weeks, but between now and then, as we enter into the final few weeks of the school year, I will say I look forward to participating in celebrations like promotions and graduations and retirement parties and honoring all of the staff. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sharon. Carl?
Yeah, just a quick comment. I forgot Bill and Jack. Going back to Schreier, I mean, I hired that guy, I can't remember how many years ago. How many, Bill? 19? Oh boy, I am getting old. Let me tell you, I had him teaching everything under the sun. Physics, chemistry, everything but what he's teaching now, actually, which is, the AP history and all of that. But we go way back, and as the ACT guy and me on the board, I remember the time, Bill, when he made a statement that he remembered when there wasn't a lot of conflict in the district and board meetings were actually kind of quiet. But guess what? He got in trouble for that remark. So, looking back on it, we were so lucky to have him. Started the mock trial club. I think you know how that's gone. And he's not, he's still here on the planet. I don't want to make it sound like he's not around, but it's just a reflection. I'm reflecting back on how far and long we've been together. And this guy right here, he is my board partner. And I have actually told people, if you want a really good answer, ask him, not me, So I've had a lot of fun with him, and we've commiserated over here, a little bit of planning here and there. And some of it, most of it didn't go anywhere, but nonetheless, I have never met anybody this together at this age. Really, it is a remarkable thing. Just the organization, the whole thing, the presentation, and then I find out he sings on top of all of that. Anyway, gonna miss you there, old buddy.
I miss you too.
Yeah, give me one of these.
Okay. We will go ahead and move on to agenda item F. These are public comments on non-agendized open session and closed session items. Members of the public may address the Board of Education regarding agenda items on the open session, closed session, or any non-agendized topics within the board's jurisdiction that are not on the agenda at this time. As I've mentioned before, the public comment is being live streamed and recorded and posted to the district's YouTube channel, so please note that. And with that, we will go ahead and start with public comment number 33.
Backstory, if you want one. He was my student of the year when he was a freshman, and that was COVID. So I went to give him his gift, and he and his sister were literally having lunch at a set time because that's what Jack Norman does even during COVID. Like, he was in class when he should be and eating when he should be. Good guy. So my name is Dawn Hatch, and I'm a math teacher at Carmel High School. I'm going to go kind of fast here, but this past Saturday, I was joined by 4 people, and we put down a pathway of chalk at Carmel High School. It was made with footprints. It is Mental Health Month. California Moves is a new initiative to encourage walking as a mental health wellness method. I felt an urgency toward this because the class of 2023 is graduating with one less member, Aiden Reed. He used to walk every day at CMS and CHS for his well-being. Sorry. I'm told he had a lofty idea to walk as far as it could be from here to Russia. So we tried to do as much of his path as we could with chalk. I didn't want it to be limited, though, to one person. I don't want it to be limited to a suicide. I want it to be understood that anytime we lose a student before they've graduated from any high school, it is a loss, and it should be discussed. With this in mind, we call it Reflection Way, and we would like to have it to be permanent. There's a saying here, this pathway is inspired by students who we have lost and is meant to be a place where you may give yourself permission to pause and thoughtfully connect with yourself, others, or your surroundings. We encourage you to utilize the pathway to walk, think, or get grounded. As you notice and admire our school's many picturesque views, we hope you discover places along the way which evoke feelings of comfort and serenity. Along this pathway, you will see signs, we hope, pointing out places where others have found solace and tranquility. May these spots be of comfort to you, too. Amazing things happen if you put your heart into something. Confession, I have 48 cans of purple spray paint in my truck that I thought I was going to use, and then in the last minute, I chose chalk because I didn't want the students to get in trouble. I don't care if I get in trouble, but I was concerned about them. But the simplicity of the path, even though it was chalk, has served a purpose to remind us who we miss, and we wanted that to be before graduation. But now, I have to say, I want to thank Lisa Brazil because she is trying to take this forward with a combined reflection way as well as beautification of Carmel High's landscape, so that as the path expands, it might not be the same walk that Aiden had because he did have a specific path. It will be beautified as well. I want to personally thank Lisa Reed, Aiden's mom. She understands the pathway can't be named for her son. She understood from the beginning it might not happen, but she has been nothing but gracious, grateful, and compassionate toward the idea. She was thankful that he was in my heart, and I've been honored to get to know her through our interactions. I encourage the board to go up to the high school and check it out. It's just chalk, but they're still there. It's just a little path. I think some of the students have appreciated it. So thank you.
Thank you, Dawn. I look forward to seeing the path.
Sarah, I know I'm not supposed to say something with regard to that, but I'm not saying it, but I am saying it. I spoke with the person who is leading our retreat on Friday, and that is the walk is going to be incorporated as part of our retreat, just to let you know.
All right, number 34.
Hello, I'm concerned about item D on the consent calendar. This appears to be a budget increase for legal counsel. Are we supporting the use of almost $1 million to go towards special education litigations? This is our taxpayer dollars going towards fighting against our very children in our community. And what is the motivation behind this? Unfortunately, the same tactic was used in the superintendent's previous district, if one cares to do the research. Why are we supporting this? Why hasn't the board put a stop to it? In Mr. Knight's absence, who is accountable for the vast sums of money being wasted with ongoing litigation? Does the interim superintendent agree with Mr. Knight's aggressive stance on litigating special ed families? And why is she requesting $350,000 for the next 6 weeks? Why is this buried in the consent agenda instead of being an action item open for discussion and review? Mr. Knight has already spent $2.5 million in taxpayer dollars on added positions at the district office, all while telling the community that our enrollment is decreasing. Now we need $1 million, almost twice the budget, to fight special ed cases. As reported in the Carmel Pinecone last week, one of the high-profile litigation cases in the district involves an elementary-age special ed student at Tularcitos. Many Tularcitos families came to the last board meeting in support of this student. This leads me to question why the general board meeting is being scheduled on the same night of the Tularcitos open house. It was not to limit attendance, I hope. It's clear by looking around this room that no district administration or board members are going to be attending the open house at Tularcitos. That is unfortunate. Many of us are waiting for this board to take control of this district which has been in turmoil during Mr. Knight's tenure. Please step up and stop this disarray. If you are wondering about why the enrollment is declining, look at the state of this district under this current administration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. I did want to clarify that the Board of Education schedules our meetings each and every December during our organizational reorg. So I apologize for the scheduling conflict, but the Board of Education's meetings for the 2022-2023 school year were provided to the public and the administration last December. So I apologize for that conflict, but our board meetings have been pre-scheduled and always have been a year in advance. Number 35, please.
Hi, I wasn't planning on speaking, but I'm going to. I was going to talk about the enrollment thing that Phil just talked about. I did call a lot of the private schools around here actually today to confirm, because I heard that the reason of enrollment decreasing was said to be due to inflation, which I find kind of funny because you would think there'd be more kids in public school if people can't afford private school because of inflation. So I called private schools and none of them have actually lost any students or had a drop in enrollment. All Saints actually had an increase in enrollment. So I think that might need to raise a red flag that maybe there's other issues going on here in our school district, clearly, other than inflation. Anne Marie, I think it's, honestly, I thought when you drum rolled and said Ted Knight got Superintendent of the Year, it was a joke. I find it kind of interesting that with everything going on right now and where our district is right now, that Ted Knight being voted for that was a little shocking. And as far as other things that are going on, I am a proud mother of a child in the LGBTQ community, along of a brother as well, and 2 aunts. And I do not support how far this is being pushed down everyone's throats. It's not because I'm homophobic, clearly, but I think there's a place for it. I think the Be Yourself Club, it's great if kids want to have a place to feel comfortable or whatever, but we literally have things posted around all the schools, flags and posters and this and that. If there was a group that wanted to, I don't know, start a conservative group, are you guys going to have posters saying that conservative kids are welcome or feeling safe in that group too, plastered on the office walls and when you're coming in to sign your kid in or out from school? It is too much. It needs to back down. And quite frankly, as a mom who has a child in this group, I feel like it's a reverse effect at this point, because there's so many people that were accepting or didn't really honestly care if you were straight or trans or gay or whatever. And now it's this pushback where it's gone so far down people's throats that you're getting the opposite, I think, from people who are not comfortable with it anymore, as far as not comfortable with, I'm not saying they're not comfortable with people being gay, but as far as it being shoved in every single like corner of every part of our school, and even in Hollywood and wherever. I mean, it's everywhere. There has to come a point where, like, this is a private matter. Your sexuality is private. It doesn't need to be plastered everywhere for everyone to know about. And people need the students, the parents, everybody. We just need to learn to respect each other for who we are, and it doesn't necessarily have to matter if you're straight or gay or trans or whatnot. So, anyways, I wasn't planning on speaking, so I didn't really write any. I was just kind of taking notes. But I think we're taking this to a whole nother level, and it's concerning to me, especially as a mom of a child who is in that group. It's going too far. So that was it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Number 36, please.
Hello. Oh.
Just turn on the mic.
Okay. I don't know Jack at all, but I've been very impressed having attended a few meetings. I suspect your natural stoicism will serve you very well in the future. My name is Justin Girardi. I have a kid and 2 other CDOs. We often hear how COSD must submit to increasing external influence, but despite being a local control funding formula district, it has a disproportionate amount, influence that is often highly interpretive. COSD engages third parties who prescribe policy, absent input from families who fund it. These include Cal Schools, who authored student survey questions not required by California statute, Ashwag, author of compliance tools that interpret and unilaterally expand requirements, CSBA, and Teen Talk, who apparently made a contribution to the middle school curriculum sufficiently out of scope in context to warrant reminding the reader that consent to sex is illegal for minors in California. These are all non-local, private third parties lacking any prescribed legal authority, yet they are dictating education policy to this community. And while compatible candidates can be sourced from virtually anywhere, external influence also surfaces in hiring for the most critical district roles, consulting, community surveys, and many other district activities. Given current condition, it seems that COSD has reached its limit for external input. Some of this influence is predicated on misrepresented manufactured consensus up to a national scale. The national poll I supplied and analyzed for the board from a major publication demonstrates this very clearly. The poll wildly overrepresents its preferred constituency by nearly 40%, willingly painting a false picture of national sentiment to advance its preferences. When misrepresentations and omission of facts colored the discussion, the express opposite of education is achieved, and district students are done a grand disservice. When an excess of external influence is allowed, the purpose of locally funded control is defeated. In closing, I appreciate that the board may incur personal hardships resulting from tough decisions, but the CSBA definition for the role of a school board captures why steeling oneself as a trustee is so critical. And this is what I will read. Citizen oversight of local government is the cornerstone of democracy in the United States. The role of trustees who sit on locally elected school boards is to ensure that school districts are responsive to the values, beliefs, and priorities of their communities. These core functions are so fundamental to a school system's accountability to the public that they can only be performed by an elected governing body. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Number 37, please. 37, 38. Is there anybody else who would like to address the Board of Education before we end public comment? Okay, with that, we will move on to the agenda item number 2. This is our consent calendar. Thank you all who participated in public comment. Thank you for your thoughts and your perspective always. Agenda item 2 is consent calendar. This is where the board bundles a number of items and acts upon them together in one motion through the use of the consent calendar. These items are routine items deemed to be non-controversial for which board discussion is not anticipated and for which the superintendent recommends approval. There will be no discussion of these items prior to the vote unless any members of the Board of Education would like to request that a specific item be removed for discussion. So with that, I'll go ahead and take a motion.
I'll move to approve this consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Board President Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi,
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen,
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
All right, we'll move on to agenda item 3. These are our action, discussion, and information items. And up first, we have our agenda item that was proposed by our student board member, Jack Norman. And he is going to inform us about the student voting age. And he has a presentation prepared for us, which we're looking forward to seeing.
Thank you. So I would like to talk about the voting age for electing school board members. And I'd like to focus on lowering the voting age possibly to 16 for voting for our local school board. So there are many reasons why the voting age should be lowered, and I've talked to a number of students. I talked to the student advisory panel for the district, and I have yet to talk to a student who is not in support of lowering the voting age to 16. And really, it's about educating students about having their voice matter. So, lowering the voting age to 16 increases the turnout in the election, which is better representation, but also it incentivizes students to get to know you as the board, to get to know who you are, get to know what you support, the policies that you deem to be important, and then they're more invested in the decisions that we're making. And that goes beyond just at the high school. These would be high schoolers voting, but they would have votes that influence their students, younger siblings at the middle school or elementary school. So they have they would get to know all the impacts of the district, and they'd be better able to represent the views of this district. What students should have a voice in the decisions that are being made. And currently, when it comes to the school board, they simply do not have that voice. They should be able to decide how their education goes. I mean, they're the ones who are making decisions that affect them in the future. And, only being able to vote when you're 18 makes it so that, once you vote, you won't see any of the impacts. But being 16 or 17 years old when you vote allows you to actually see the impacts, see the people that you voted into office. And also it translates to better voting skills later on. When the younger that these students are engaged in the democratic process, the better at maintaining that dedication to our democracy, the better they'll be able to serve in the future. Whether that be actually participating in the politics in the future or just continuing to vote regularly. And so lowering the voting age to 16 isn't something completely new. We would have examples that we could follow. We'd have people we could talk to be able to make sure that this runs smoothly. A number of other districts across the country have already lowered the voting age to 16. Even local ordinances that lower the voting age for all local elections. But I would like to focus on lowering the voting age for our school board elections. In Berkeley, they did something like this, Measure Y1, which passed with 70% of the vote, so very well supported, as well as in Oakland with Measure QQ, both of these lowering the voting age to 16, and both of them got over 2/3 of the vote, which is pretty much a landslide victory. And so also in Tacoma Park, they also lowered the voting age, and the turnout rate for these 16, 17-year-old was higher than the overall average. It was nearly quadruple the overall average when it came. So it's great to see that the students who are going out and voting, they are invested in this. It's not that we'd lower the voting age, but the kids wouldn't care. We care. The students care, and that's been shown by other districts. And it would be great if we as a district would also have that opportunity to show how much we care. and 16, 17-year-old students, they are, very invested, as we saw with their participation coming to, different meetings, and to be able to have that ability to actually, when people came up and said, you've got to listen to us as community members because we're the ones who voted you in, not being able to have that voice of, saying that we were able to elect the people who made the decisions about our education is something that, it makes it seem like it's out of our hands and that we don't really have that decision-making power. And so we also, since these school districts were able to do this, we are able to connect them, and we are able to implement strategies that have worked well and avoid the downfalls that these other school districts had. And by doing this, we can be one of those districts that sets an example. We are already, we've done incredible things as a district, and we provide incredible opportunities for our students, and wonderful staff, just a very a wonderful place to grow up, and to have this as another feather in our cap, something that we can say that we provided this example as people who increase student voice and actually listen to the student population. I think that's something that's really important, especially now when there seems to be, so much turmoil, and who do we turn to, being able to say that, the students, this is what the students want by show of their vote. And so here, if you look at the slide, you can see the ballot question that was proposed at Berkeley for Measure Y1. And so something similar to this would be implemented because of the way that Carmel Unified School District is not within the city boundaries. It would be a county a proposal instead of a city ordinance. So it would be a local county ordinance, but probably rather similar wording, and something that we could definitely do. And again, we have this example to follow, which is great. We wouldn't have to be complete pioneers on this. We would be able to turn to others to guidance. And so here is the stats for Tacoma Park, where their 16 and 17-year-olds, the 44% of voters who are 16 and 17 voted, compared to only 11% of all voters. So just to see, that excitement from these young voters, because many would say that, younger voters tend to have a lower turnout, but, when these measures are passed, these voters are excited and they want to make this change. So definitely something that I have seen, throughout this year, with students coming up to me and saying, what's going on at the school board, what happened here, but they don't have the ability to influence that. And so as we move forward with this, I want to make sure that I have the support of the board as well as we continue to move forward. Just making sure that as we continue to go and gain support from the school board and the student body, something that we can do through grassroots campaign efforts that are similar to the ones that have been done in other districts, through petitions and bringing it into the public eye, just making sure that the local community understands the importance of having students' voices heard when it comes to their education, students being able to make decisions that directly impact them. And this will be done working both with the city and the county to make sure that we understand how everything should go, and to get the local ordinance on the ballot, and use efforts similar to those that we used at the CHS to encourage voter registration. We just won an award for having the highest voter registration in the county, and we spearheaded that. The leadership did, myself and the rest of the executive branch at the high school spearheaded that effort to encourage voting registration, and we had the highest voting registration in the most complete campaign for voting registration. So we will be awarded an award from the California Capitol, and they'll come down and we'll take pictures and everything. So we've had success in that, and we're hoping to transfer that success over into ensuring that if the voting age is lowered, that we would be able to guarantee that a similar success for voting at a local level. And so we also would be able to employ resources from the Vote 16 project, which is a nationwide project to lower the voting age to 16 for local elections, which would include school board elections. So they have the resources necessary already for campaigning and the contacts we would need. So there's a lot of resources for us, as well as people we can contact to ensure that this is, this is something that we'll have to fight for, of course, but something that is absolutely doable, and I think would be an incredible asset to both the students and the community as a whole. So thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Jack. That was a great presentation.
Any questions? Can we ask?
Absolutely.
When you're talking about a county ordinance, you would essentially have to figure out a way to deal with 93921 zip code, which is not in the county. I don't know how ordinances are constructed, but you'd have to find a way where city, county were in agreement.
Yeah.
Because the first thing they would be looking for is county zip codes, if it's a county ordinance. So that's something that I think somebody can work out that knows what they're doing. And it's certainly not me. But again, student voice, absolutely.
Thank you.
Anne Marie?
Hi. I'm sorry I didn't present these questions ahead of time. I just thought of them. Sort of tagging on to Carl's question, there is a way to separate out, because we vote just within our district, so the 14,000 whatever amount of voters that we have in here, we target those addresses, so there's a way of doing it. But if you're looking for a countywide ordinance, that's going to be a big push to try and get that. And I was wondering, you are a major influence and mover and shaker within our district, but you are going to Stanford. And do you have somebody set aside that is going to be equally as enthusiastic about this to take over the momentum while you are otherwise occupied in your studies?
Yeah.
That's one question, but I can either put them all out for you, or you can kind of answer them one at a time.
I'll speak to that one first, I guess. There seems to be two parts to that. The first part was the county ordinance. It would be within the county, it would be limited to our school district on the ballot. So it would be for the Carmel Unified School District Board elections that would be lowered. That would not be for the entire county. And for the future, I have introduced this idea to a number of people, and my sister, who's actually in the audience right now, she is a 9th grader and will be sophomore class president next year, and she is looking to take over this project, so I will be in direct communication with her, and as well as a number of other students at the high school who are also, who I've talked to, who are also excited about this project. So yes, definitely, because of how important it is to have the student body excited about this initiative, that is definitely something that is very important, is the leadership as this moves forward, because of course this wouldn't be something that we'd be voting for now. It would be in the next election. So definitely something but that's also gives us time to gain more support and continue that campaign for getting this approved. So I think that yes, I won't be here, but I will continue to make sure to provide support, and I'm very confident in the future leadership of this project.
Excellent. I guess my last question has to be tied with civics. So maybe somebody. I'm looking at when you go to register to vote. You register usually by 18. You kind of register to the draft, and you get sign up for jury duty. So it's going to be interesting to try and peel those apart. I'm sure that there's some way of doing it. I just wanted to throw that one out there as something that may be an interesting little caveat for you to think about in the back of your head, not necessarily that you have to have an answer right now. Okay?
Got it. Thank you.
Thanks, Anne Marie. Jason?
One of my questions was answered. The other question, can you just give us a really, really short summary of what it would take to get it on the ballot as a measure? Is it a signature thing, or is it just filing a form, or what does it take to put it on a ballot? And is there money involved?
That I'm not certain of. That's why I would like to, the next important thing would be talking to the city and the county about that and how to make sure to get that on the ballot.
Thank you for your hard work with this. I look forward to seeing how it goes. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jason. Seabury?
I don't really have any questions, but I do remember you bringing this up maybe a year ago. And so I really am excited to see it moving forward. I think it's a wonderful idea. I think our students and our youth are disconnected and don't feel connected to the having a voice be at the table through voting process. And so I think this is a great way to engage them and have a lesson in civics and how your voice does count and how it does matter. So I appreciate you moving this forward. And then I did have a question. Is there ever an opportunity at board meetings to have the student representative weigh in on voting?
Some school boards do have what's called a preferential vote for their student board members.
I would love to see that happen as well. If that's an opportunity here at this board, I think it would be wonderful to have input, regular input from our student representative.
So, Jack, are there any working models of this in the area? Anywhere that you could say we could look at?
I think the closest ones would be what they were able to do in Berkeley and Oakland with getting those on the ballot, at least through what I saw with the Vote 16 project. That seemed to be the two closest ones that were that had success in that. Yeah.
You know, I think the idea of a preferential vote is a good one, because it probably can't factor into a decision, but it could certainly influence the decision. And so that there's a lot to be said for that. I'd like to see us kind of move in that direction.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think that would definitely also be a great thing, you know, to have that preferential vote, as well as, you know, making sure that the voice of all those students is heard. Because I know that as the representative, you know, since you're only one person, you know, you can try to gain as many viewpoints as you can, but you can't talk to everyone. So having, you know, lowering the voting age allows everyone who wants to vote to give that voice. So it's definitely the preferential vote is a great thing that we can do now, moving forward. And then having the voting age lowered would also, I think, be a great way to continue to showcase our, you know, the value we put on student voice here.
Can I?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, to add to your cause, because I really like this, you can certainly showcase the Sandpiper in terms of what you've got kids that are really involved in school and are very aware of what is going on. And I mean, the award-winning, I would say, you know, journalism that's coming out of it is an indication of how in tune the students are with what's going on with the school district. So you might want to think about using that as an example.
Absolutely.
Great. Thank you, Anne-Marie. Thank you, Jack. Actually, Sharon comes from a district where the student board member did have preferential voting. So we're looking forward to continuing the discussion on that. And like Seabury said, we've been looking forward to this presentation. So thank you so much for all the hard work that you put into it and giving us, I didn't know a lot about this. So thank you. And I can't wait to check out the Vote 16 website. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So moving on to agenda item B, this will be an action item for the Board of Education, and this is regarding school start times. So I'll pass it off to Sharon.
All right, good evening, everybody. While the presentation gets loaded, I don't know if you want me to have a clicker or not. Okay. going to stay here, however, because I can see better on my screen. So school start times, we presented some sort of over the course of time of the past 18 months information and data at the April 19th meeting. And at that time, the request was to return to this meeting with a deeper dive into what it would involve to have a 15-minute later start time or a 20-minute later start time. So since this, like in the 3 weeks that has passed, basically since we had to post last Friday, we had 3 weeks to kind of dig in on this and figure out all the little details and how what I like to refer to as like the cascading effects of one change at one place manifests throughout the district. So I will say I held 2 principal meetings, 2 AC meetings. AC is a administrative council. That's where everyone is present, all the folks from the sites, but also from the district office, meaning MOT, maintenance, operations, transportation, all of the different folks from the different offices up at the district office, like business and student services. So that's all of our administrative council. We met and discussed this twice in that venue. I had individual meetings and phone calls with sites. I attended a River School staff meeting. I was available for staff during lunchtime at Tular because of the conflict tonight to hear what they had to say. And then I also participated in a CHS bell schedule committee that they have. Attended one of their meetings and have been in communication with the committee members for quite some time, actually. Yes, and then we had a lot of email feedback and input, which is great because that means that when I said, hey, can you go pass this by folks at your school and see what they think, it worked because we heard from everyone. And that's what we want with a change that change is hard for everyone, but this is pretty big change. I'm going to go ahead and move us into this slide, which probably is familiar to everybody who's been following this, which these are the options that were provided for consideration during all of the roadshows and thought exchange inputs, sessions, etc. These options were like the current schedule, the proposed for 15, 20, 45, and flip-flopping elementary and secondary start times. So just want to throw that out there. That's what we were looking at, and we were looking at the 15 and 20 minute, what I refer to as the 15 and 20 minute push. So I have 3 slides now about considerations. So I will go through those. They might be hard to read because they might be a little bit small. But number 1 consideration is that the turnaround time for transportation in the morning will be longer by 5 minutes with a 15-minute later start time, because even in those 5 minutes, in those 15 minutes, it takes longer to get this turnaround time specifically on Highway 1. So some schools are more impacted than others, but our whole system is interconnected. So a longer turnaround time for a 15-minute start at the high school, as you can see in the second bullet, would translate into a 20-minute start time, 20 minutes later start time for the elementary schools, and a 20-minute later start time at the high school would translate into a 25-minute later start time at the elementary schools. So then we're getting into looking at the impacts. A 15-minute start time isn't so simple. It has a bigger impact as we look at all of the different elements coming in. The high school release time also impacts the afternoon busing for both Tular and River students, because they have to wait on campus for that same amount of time for that turnaround piece, because we have only so many drivers, to be honest, and that results in a 20 to 30 minute wait at the end of the school day. We can add some minutes in there, but you're not going to add a full 30 minutes. So that becomes a big factor for consideration. Currently, we have snack and lunchtime at the elementary level that are determined by the specialist schedules, so that they have the appropriate amount of like time and blocks or chunks of time provided for instruction. Because if they're too short, then you don't get a whole lot done. So taking into consideration all of those different moving parts of an elementary schedule that I think some folks sometimes just think, oh, it's elementary school. They go to the classroom and they stay there all day and then they're done. And we have a lot of offerings for our students, and we're really fortunate to have that opportunity to provide all of that enrichment for our students and intervention for our students, which is another element of time blocking that happens at the elementary. Food services has requirements that they have to abide by, and those considerations must be taken into account in terms of the time frame permitted to serve meals, but then also the time frame between a morning snack or morning breakfast and lunchtime. Playground space is of concern in terms of the idea when you start looking at things and you start looking to stagger stuff. You have to start staggering things at the elementary schools, and that sometimes can lead into some playground space constraints. Start and end times are very concrete, but the blocks in the middle of the day, that how you organize your time, definitely can be addressed or moved for specific needs based on site. So, that's an interesting thing to think about sometimes. Maximizing our morning instructional time at the elementary is really a high priority. We start kind of late already, so pushing it by another 20 or 25 minutes does impact that morning start time, does impact that morning instructional block. It also has an impact on the part-time staff that we have on our campuses sometimes, who, if you're a 4-hour, I'll get into that in a minute, but if you're a 4-hour person and we make this switch and we start changing things, the question then becomes, are we getting the 4 hours of that person in the way that we need them to support our schools and our teachers and our students? The next slide has a little bit more of the secondary pieces to it, which is athletics practices. Pushing in later in the day obviously pushes later towards darkness for a portion of the year, and we already have we have extremely limited space, and we already have some constraints around certain times of year, most obviously winter sports with relation to athletics practice. There are some sites that are interested in extending the morning break from 10 minutes to 15 minutes or 15 minutes to 20 minutes to provide students additional time to eat. So that gets factored in. Early drop-off concerns are to be considered, because while we might start later, is there going to be need for early drop-off times from some families? The busing is tied. The middle school is tied to the high school because of the busing, so that is important. Also, Carmel Valley High School, as the last bullet says, is also tied to the bus schedule for CMS and CHS. So those are really important. And then all the extracurricular activities, they just might need to be slightly adjusted. I don't think that there was a big concern around that at the high school, but they would definitely need to be adjusted in order to mesh well into the new schedule. More considerations include the really complex factors around transportation, because I will say, just for a moment, our bus drivers are amazing. The roads they drive with buses full of kids, I mean, lots of people don't even want to drive them in their own car. And there they are driving these big buses with lots of kids, 50 kids at a time. So, hearing them and listening to them around what it will take to transport kids safely to school is really, really important. And there are a lot of complex needs, because we have this turnaround time piece where they drop kids off and then they turn right back around and they drive out and pick up the second round of kids. And some folks have brought up the idea, well, just buy more buses. It's not even necessarily about purchasing buses. I know we've heard this before. This was my very first presentation last June that I listened to from those seats right there. But the reality is that drivers are really hard to find, period. doesn't matter where you're located, all around every county I can think of. And I have friends who work in a lot of different counties. Everybody is struggling to find drivers. Bus drivers are very hard to find, and the requirements to be certified as a bus driver are pretty rigorous as well. So it's not an easy thing, and it's not just super simple to go out and be like, oh, we're going to find some more drivers. So I just want to point that out. I know it's been said a number of times, but I say it again tonight. Cooper has a dedicated bus, so they are not so impacted by the situation here that we're talking about for the elementaries. River Rec and T-Rex are those after-school programs. They will stay the same, but there might be a shift required for staffing needs because we might need more staffing later in the day instead of in the morning, et cetera, or maybe more in the morning and less in the afternoon. We have to figure that part out. Carmelo Infant Program, that drop-off time will shift by the same amount of time that school start times shift, which is 15 or 20 minutes or whatever the case may be. And also, in general, at Carmelo, as the last bullet points out, might need to have a shift in their staffing because a lot of staff members also have their kids attending Carmelo. So the pickup time and the drop-off times would be different, but the pickup times, more importantly, would be impacted. So those are a lot of different things to take into consideration as you start to look at this. So, but I will show you, this is just what a straight push would look like at River and Tular. So the current schedule is all the way over on the left. The way the time is used is just the second column, and a later start time by 20 minutes or 25 minutes, because remember, 15 minutes at the high school is 20 at the elementary, and 20 minutes is 25 minutes because of that increased turnaround time. So you can see that there was some appetite in some of the surveys to start later, to be okay with starting later, but the later you go with elementary, the more the appetite waned, let's say it that way. And then the end times are also quite late. And I will say, if I presented this last time, and it was presented earlier in the school year too, the survey data did say people were supportive of it. They wanted to start later, but wanted to end at the same time. And that is not even possible, because we actually, thankfully, through partnership with the business office, worked with one of our experts in instructional minutes and sent all this off to the auditors for review. If we even considered these schedules, would it work? Would we be in compliance with the minimum number of minutes that are mandated by the state? So we've also taken that into consideration. So that is just a straight push, like I said. Then we started to have conversations around what are some possible options to make this instructional block in the morning a little bit better, a little bit bigger. And we came up with 3 different options, one of which we could probably make work better than the other 2, but these are 3 different options. These are for 1st through 5th. The TK and Kinder would have to be built out after one of these is determined. So just know there's more work behind this that has to happen, but this is the big decision here. There are, like I said, in the consideration section, there are a lot of things to figure out, and the TK and Kinder, while they would have a different schedule because they are not required to have the same number of minutes, we do have busing needs for them. So that adds in another layer of complexity, or another cascading effect, as I have started to say. We have the issue around a morning drop-off, also including morning snack. Well, that's great, but then what do we do around our students who rely on food from school because of food insecurity? So that becomes a little bit of a problem, especially if the bus is late and doesn't even get there until 5 minutes to 9 because they got stuck in traffic or something. So these are the kinds of things that the conversations revolved around. And I think it was probably one of the very first times we looked at the schedule in detail around what does the day actually look like versus just the start time or just the end time. So these pieces are really important to take into consideration as we continue to look at this. The nutrition program also, by the way, if we have an afternoon snack like that there is no program from the state or the federal government that provide afternoon snacks. So how that would be covered or managed would have to be worked out and figured out, and would probably cost quite a bit of money. So that factors in as well. So those are the three options for that are with trying to shift around the way we use the time once school starts to make it to maximize instruction at the best parts of the day as possible, while also providing a break. And you can see lunch starts later, lunch starts earlier, morning, afternoon, breakfast, recess, all those pieces. I'll shift into middle school. That's the easiest one to look at because they are in excess of minutes because they're linked to the high school. So they have a lot of time to play around with. This is their current schedule. And if they move by 15 minutes and maintain their 10-minute break, they're one of the sites that would like to explore lengthening their morning break by 5 minutes to provide more time for kids to eat. But the later we end, obviously, the later that turnaround time becomes for the elementary. So that's with a 15-minute push, keeping the 10-minute break in the morning. This is a 15-minute push by adding 5 minutes to the schedule. You can see what it does. And then we'll move into the high school, which is looking at simultaneously to this conversation, they are looking at reorganizing the way that they use office hours to have a increased benefit to students and their academic achievement and supporting all students. So they will have a change in the way that they use their minutes, most likely. They're working on that this week. They did a pilot schedule. For those of you who have kids in high school, they did a pilot run of a schedule that moved office hours around. But regardless, this is their current schedule with the proposed changes for office hours highlighted. And then this bell schedule is a 15-minute later start. And then the next one is a 20-minute later start. So again, you see all of it being pushed down to later in the day, and then we end up with some questions or concerns around the afternoon busing and the release times and how that is impacted by traffic as well in the afternoon. And then that's it. I will say this, the recommendation that is written in the body of the item in the board packet is written to have two parts to it. One is to provide adopt an unchanged start time for next school year. And the second part is to support the convening of a short-term committee that continues exploration of a viable later start time in accordance with the legislation for the 24-25 school year. So the board can choose to adopt one or both of those parts of that recommendation, or anything in between, and whatever you choose. But that is the information that we have here. We did not explore the flip-flop, which would help the elementary schools. And there is potentially exploration around what are other schools doing to address this, because most schools do not have this exemption that Carmel Unified School District does have. And is there an option out there that we did not consider and work through that might work for everyone in terms of a compromise of what might work? So I think that's as comprehensive as I can get with still staying within a reasonable time.
Great. Thank you, Sharon. Carl, before I pass it off to you, would you mind giving us a quick summary overview of the listening session feedback from the road shows that you did not the road shows, but the listening sessions that you did with the elementary staff at Tular and River?
So at River, I went to a staff meeting. There was very well attended. And then the Tular was just, I hung out at lunchtime and people could come see me if they chose to. So obviously attending a staff meeting is much more, much greater engagement and attendance. And I believe that the information I heard across the board is reflective of the survey data, which is staff is less interested in having a change in start times. compared to students and parents. There is a very big, and understandably so, I started out as an elementary school teacher, very big concern or question around that instructional time for little kids. And I understand that, which is why, if we want to continue down this road of exploring all the possibilities, what does a flip-flop model look like? How does that help? And maybe it's a combination of a flip-flop model and pushing later, starting a later start time. The legislation says that high schools can't start before 8:30. It doesn't say they have to start exactly at 8:30. So what happens if it's 8:45? I mean, we'd have to figure all those pieces out. We'd have to work with transportation. We'd have to look at that. Are there ways to look at organizing the time with all of the specialists and the intervention that is that we can maximize, that benefits everybody, but it might be slightly different than what we have in place at either. It's different at the two schools right now, but is one better than the other? Is there some option out there that we should be considering if we go look at other schools? So the reality is that the staff was not very supportive of it, mostly because of the morning instructional time being eaten into, and kids getting tired in the afternoon. And well, adults get tired in the afternoon too, so I totally get that. None of us are our best usually when we're learning in the afternoon. So,
Great, thank you so much. We'll start, Carl.
Okay. I've been looking at this thing, quite honestly, for years. This is not the first time we've looked at this. It is not the first time we haven't been able to figure it out, because we're a rural school district for a reason. And the reason is, so many factors that we just absolutely have no control over. Transportation is actually one of them, and it isn't even buses anymore, it's drivers. It's actually both. But in terms of the way I view this, is the way this thing is put together right now directly impacts elementary school kids and the elementary school parents who have the youngest kids, who have to make the most organizational decisions about what to do with them when they're finished at different times, and the daycare issues that go with it. But this is kind of where I'm coming from. I buy their argument about optimum learning for little kids. I do, and it's not later in the day, it's earlier in the day. They're little people, and I've got some little grandkids that are little people as well. I'm also not convinced that the students in our outlying areas will not be adversely affected by this proposal. In particular, single parent families out there, moms working, etc. What are they going to do with this? And why should they have to? In my opinion, this is just me. I think it's very disruptive, with very little value and very little return. As far as the high school goes, they've got a new schedule coming up anyway. They're going to have a new principal anyway. The kids are mobile. By the time they're juniors, they have a very high percentage of kids that have a lot of control over how they manage their day. That is not true with young kids. It just is not worth the disruptive effort. But I'm going to not go on and on because others have things to say. But I'm going to read a quote. We got a petition from Tulare School, and I've had a lot of comments, a lot of input. Looked at the data, looked at it again. But I think this one kind of summarizes it pretty well. This comes from their whole staff, but one of those members wrote this: "There are more reasons, but we must consider who we are choosing to value. Are we listening to a small group of squeaky wheels, or are we listening to and valuing the heart of the district? The wisdom of our very experienced teachers matters." I think there's a big point there. Are we valuing the needs of families, especially the ones usually most impacted with the smallest voices, our Kashawa, Tassajara, extended communities? And it goes on to talk about where are we putting our values? So we have to remember this too. You've got a lot of teachers, very experienced teachers in this district at all of our elementary schools that know what they're talking about when it comes to the length of a day for a small kid. And that's just the fact of the matter. We can pretend like the data is going to tell us something else, but the fact of the matter is, no, they know. They know when those kids get tired. They know when it's too late to eat. They also are concerned about how it will be managed by not just single-parent families in Kashawa, but in the district, and we have them. So for me, this is not the time, too disruptive, but I would think leaving a door open somewhere to look at it, if a school site can come up with something that they think, might work at that site, or if somehow we can get around a district-wide change, I'm certainly willing to hear it. But this is not it. That's
Great.
it.
Thank you, Carl. Anne Marie, thoughts?
Jack, didn't we have this conversation on the plane back from San Diego? We had late start. We've been talking about this one for a while. And with your mom, too. I'm going to go over, I have some thoughts. All this research data that's been put out just within the last couple of weeks that we've had to been, available for us to look over. I've highlighted it all. It pretty much comes down to sleep. Sleep. It says, some of them say, late start, we can, go talk about, having late start, having, it's better for teenagers to, it comes down to sleep. And the more, it seems the more the merrier for them. There's still a disparity. You're looking at 3 hours difference for our outlying areas to our hub. So somewhere around middle school, high school, those kids who are on our outlying areas are on a bus for an hour and a half in and an hour and a half back. That's 3 hours more time that the kids who are living close to our hub have at home than they do in our outlying areas. That's a big disadvantage for those kids that are in our outlying areas, and you really need to take into consideration what they're looking at. I've taken a look at the research, and I've talked to scholars about this, and they're like, what they're saying is that we don't have enough data points to actually take a look at it and really make a determination that late start is going to be the end-all, be-all. But I will tell you right now that the governor just gave every one of the researchers out there that is interested in late start a whole bunch of data points. Every single solitary child in California that is now looking at late start and having it be a part of their day, they are now a data point for these researchers, and that is millions of children. That's enough to make an unbiased decision about whether late start is actually functioning. But think about it, folks. Your children are a data point. They are in there in the system. They've opened it up for the researchers to take a look at it. So that's something that you really need to think about. Your child is an experiment. All of this research is coming back and saying it's neutral benefits for those students who are already doing well. If your child is successful in school, they will be successful no matter whether you've got late start or not. The added benefits for those kids who live within a few miles, but it's, a burden. And sometimes it's irreparable to those families. As Carl was mentioning, single families, some other families who have got multiple jobs that they have to leave at a certain time. Their job is not going to change its start time, and these kids are going to be out at the bus stop still waiting. Have we taken a look at, quite honestly, folks, Carl, I've been looking at, when we started talking about this, 2013. Correct. That's 10 years, folks. And I know that there's still some people in district office that have been here for 10 years kicking this one around. At some point in time, this board actually has to make a decision about this. We need to stop, say yay, nay, whatever it is, not for next school year, 23, 24, but the year after that, we need to make a decision. Are we going to do something or not? And we actually have to make a decision. We can't kick this down the road any further. Our district office needs to start working on other things. They need to get us moving forward. And as a board who's 5-10 years down the road, we need to have plans out there, and our district office staff needs to be working on getting those plans in place. And please, let's just stop having them spin their wheels over the same argument over and over again. If we have to go to some kind of a committee, I mean, we're going to have to take a look, make sure that it's a diverse group of people. We're going to have to, I mean, this is going to be one huge committee to make sure that everybody has some kind of representation in there. And we're going to have people who are the non-negotiables: transportation, food services. Those are absolute non-negotiables. They can only do so much. They can only budge so much. They can only move around and alter what they're doing so much. We have got so many regulations regarding those. Those really have to be on there. And the other part of it is how many people have taken a look and asked people outside the district who are actually working with Late Start right now. These people are from the people that I've talked to in our outlying or surrounding areas. They're having to ask friends to take their kids in if they have to go to work at an earlier time. They're dropping their kids off at school and just leaving them there 45 minutes early because they can't get their child to school any later than that. I mean, you're looking at, people who are really having a hard time trying to make this work out. And is that necessarily the best situation for families? We have got a unique situation here. We have got geographic diversity up the wazoo, folks. And we really need to make sure that that is represented very well. And we need to take into account all of the stakeholders that are in this one. So I'm just going to put that out there for thought. Thank you.
Thank you for your thoughts, Anne Marie. Jason?
I just have a quick question. The exemption that we have, is there a sunset on that currently, or is that it's indefinite right now?
The legislation has an exemption for rural districts right now, and right now that's it. There's no time frame attached to that. It's always possible it can go away, but I would imagine if it does, it would be connected to the research, the ongoing research at some point
Right.
around that.
Thank you, and thank you for putting together that presentation. That really sheds light on a lot of stuff. Talking to the two Larcitos teachers, there was no support for Late Start out there, and I can see what they're dealing with in elementary school education. So I would definitely fall with my fellow board members and say we postpone it at least for this season, but maybe still look at it, because I'm concerned that the state legislature is going to change it depending on how research is. So we need to have a plan instead of being stuck behind the 8 ball. And not that we would ever have to implement that plan, but we know how it looks in the end.
Thank you, Jason. Seabury?
I guess I can't disagree that this is a really complex issue, and there are many stakeholders that are intimately involved in these decisions. And so I think it's good that we're taking our time. I mean, I know that it seems like we're just keep on kicking the can down the road, but we're trying to be thoughtful and collect the data and base it on, good information before we make a decision. So I'm okay with us taking time. I know it's frustrating on the back end to see that this process is taking longer than we'd like, but it is a complex situation. And because we're in a geographic large district, it's going to take time to figure this out. But that being said, I appreciate the feedback that we got from both River and Tular. I totally understand. They were not saying it as this is bad for me. They were saying it, this is bad for our students, and we're putting our students first. Every email and feedback we got back was about the students, not about the staff being impacted by it. So I hear you, and I think we all do, and it's an important component. But we are a creative bunch of people. And I guess I'm just speaking from my heart, looking at my 3 kids that have been impacted tremendously by waking up early. They wake up early after going to bed, and we are a household where I really say lights off in bed by 10:30. I know that's not actually happening all the time, but That's been our go-to since my kids were young. We've always had a bedtime lights out. And I'm not saying that every family has that, but I am looking at the result of these kids waking up at 6 o'clock, 6:30, high school students waking up super early after spending a long time studying, prepping for tests, and there has to be a change. We can't continue to push our students to reach these high academic levels and not provide them the sleep and the support that they need at home. And so it is a complex situation. We have to do a lot of juggling, and I think that we need to listen to our elementary teachers and recognize that they're coming at a place from their heart and what's best for their students. But I can say as a parent, and from what I see from my high school students, if there is an opportunity for them to sleep just a little bit longer, I can tell the difference when they have Thursdays. When Thursdays roll around, it's a much different place because they have an additional 30 minutes to sleep, and it's huge. So I guess I'm saying I'm willing to postpone it, but I don't want to give up on this. I think it's important enough. I feel strongly enough about this, seeing what my kids are going through at the high school level, to say we can figure this out. We can come to some agreement where we're representing all stakeholders, making sure that we're putting our students first. Elementary students first, middle school students first, and high school students. We can do this, and I think that we can really explore different options, whatever that may be. And I think it's important to continue to have the feedback from the staff that are always putting their students first. But I think we need to try to be more creative. I think it's really important. So,
Thank you, Seabury. I agree with a lot of what you said, Seabury. This issue is complex. I come at it, I think, as a similar angle as Jason, where I live with a 5-year-old and 2 15-year-olds. So I see it in my home, and I want to really thank Sharon for all of the research and all of the feedback that you've been able to give the board on this topic in the last 3 weeks. It's information and I think data points that we have been wanting and needing to make a really informed decision. So thank you for doing the staff meeting at River, and thank you for going out to Tular. And I would also like to thank all of our staff members for providing the board with the really thorough and heartfelt feedback, as Seabury mentioned, where it's about the students, right? And it's about how it impacts them, mainly the elementary, and sort of where we are with that situation. And I understand, living with a 5-year-old, that the schedules for elementary were not ideal, and I appreciate that our staff is looking out for the best interest of our students, as is the Board of Education. I do believe that we need to reconsider this and what we are doing with it moving forward. And I don't believe that we should make a bell schedule change for the 2023-2024 school year. And I think it being a complex issue is really tough right now in of itself. And I think the elephant in the room is that we are having a tough time as a district as a whole. We have a high school that will have new leadership, and we will have an elementary school with new leadership. And I think piling on that with a new bell schedule is a lot. I think it's a lot for students. I think it's a lot for staff. I think it's a lot for the administration. So again, I appreciate all the information and all the data points. I think it's exactly what we needed and what we wanted. So thank you to everybody who is involved with that. Anne Marie?
I hate to beleaguer this point. There was one other thing that I wanted to mention. In going through all of these research papers, the one thing that I was noticing is that as you get further and further back in time with all of these papers, they're getting less and less interested in that. They stop at a certain point in time. So I'm wondering, is this having something to do with this interest in more sleep for our students? Did this start with the advent of iPhones? Did this start with the advent of television and other kinds of electronic devices? Did it start with, lighting at night so people are staying up later. And I'm wondering if, taking a look at the ideas of having environmental options, which would be, having children outside more often, getting more sunlight, taking a look at sleep campaigns, and things like that, and throwing that aspect of it, and having healthy relationships with our technology, and really teaching kids that, most, people who are in the trades, carpenters don't sleep with their saws. And if our phone is a tool for us, why are we sleeping with them? And I think, taking a look at it from that aspect might be something that we might want to put in the back of our head for when we come back and revisit this topic, to think about something along those lines. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Anne Marie. Sharon?
Just to
Hold on. I think Sharon had
Oh, you
one
got one,
comment
Sharon.
on that. Yeah, sorry
I
about
just
that.
wanted to provide some additional context or additional information, which is the research around the older students, the high schoolers, was connected to circadian rhythms of adolescence. So it's not the information I have and the information I've read has nothing to do with more sleep. It's about when your internal clock allows you to sleep. And if we can, I believe the initiative was around aligning the school day to the adolescent circadian rhythm. So yes, sleep campaigns are important, because what I know from being through this change in a different place is that the answer is, well, kids aren't going to bed any earlier. That's true. They're not. It's their circadian rhythm. And so we're trying to align the school day to the biology. So
Thank you. Carl?
Yeah. I don't know how we all ever made it without this extra sleep. I'll be honest with you. We're talking about 15 minutes here. And it's a parenting thing. If you want your kids to go to bed earlier, to get more sleep, that's your call, not ours. And if you can't get it done, then I would work on that piece. But if you can, it's not up to the district or school boards to start getting into the household and making recommendations about how to run your families. So this is pretty old-fashioned thinking right here. I think, Seabury kind of said it, where you had the house rules. This is what we do. So I think that kind of parent oversight is a very important piece of it. But I also think that we have to be very careful about how far we step into the homes with these new ideas. And I'm sure there's a lot of science behind circadian rhythms. I'm sure there is. But to me, it's, they're your kids. And if it was an hour, you could talk to me about it. If there's a way we could carve out an hour, that could make a big difference to me. But you know how easy it is for a high school kid to waste 15 minutes? Let me tell you, I've had 4 of them, and I can guarantee you how easy that is. So once again, it's about us. It's about what we're dealing with. If we were in Pacific Grove, it'd be a piece of cake, 2 square miles, 3 buses, and you're done. Not here.
Thank you, Carl. Seabury?
So, Carl, I would just point out that, yeah, you're right. We were looking at the 15-minute shift, but that's not necessarily what we would be potentially exploring next year if we did put a committee together. It could be more than that. And I would respectfully disagree that it's not about us and, the public school system entering into a family household and overstepping our bounds. We do this already with nutrition, with exercise. We have recommendations that the public school system says these are the amount of protein, the amount of sugar that we serve in our lunches. This is the amount of physical exercise that we deem is important. That's the state initiative. And why haven't we done this with sleep? I mean, it's very clear to me that we are trying to promote best practices and policies, and sleep should be included in the wellness and the best options for kids. We do it already with nutrition and physical exercise.
Yeah, I think that's fair. But I have seen pendulums educationally swing from one end to the other over my career, a long career in education. where it was this that we had to do. No, it was not that. It was this that we had to do. And I'm not saying that, it isn't good science. I'm just saying that the reality of it is we have a hard time moving something this complicated forward, because you could talk about nutrition and you don't have to bring in a school bus. You know what I mean? And you can talk about all of these other things that the schools address that don't involve impacting so many people that it requires this district to run. I'm trying to bring it home is what I'm trying to do. And so I hear you. And, I'll be honest with you. I think that the education system is a little too invasive, over my experience in time. I'm not saying that it hasn't all been, bad, but I do question when it gets to something like this that involves, this is different than the things that you cited. This affects the lives of everybody in the transportation department, everybody in the maintenance department. It has to do with all of the people in food services. It has to do with parents rearranging all kinds of things for little kids. So what I'm saying is, I'm looking at it from a practical perspective. Where I do agree with you is, who knows what the solutions are? And you are correct. If it's, you can put together a committee that is representative, which would be difficult but possible, and they come up with something that is doable, I'll support it.
I think everybody has a lot of good thoughts and perspectives on this. Would anybody like to make a motion to move this along?
I have a question.
Oh, sorry, Jack.
So in the presentation, a couple of proposed for the Carmel High School, the proposed schedule had the embedded office hours, and I was wondering how does the embedded office hours relate or affect late start, or does it have anything to do with it?
Great question. With office hours being incorporated into the middle of the school day, it doesn't actually get impacted because the start time is 7:45, 8, 8:05, whatever time the start time is, because then you have instruction or however many blocks of time, and then office hours depending on the day. So we're moving it into the day. The morning late start component there that was referenced earlier is the impact that goes away on that. I think it's currently Thursday.
Okay. So
Every day
late
would
start doesn't rely on having the embedded office hours?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to make a quick comment on office hours. We put those in about 2005 at Carmel High School. The significant change here is we've always had them at the beginning of the day. Now they're moving into the middle of the day. The problem with the beginning of the day is getting to school and doing it. Now you're at school and assigned or not assigned. I'm not sure exactly how the model works anymore, but at least you have a controlled audience. And I think that's a pretty good improvement.
Thanks. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead. Sorry.
I just wanted to actually just make one last comment that, this whole discussion of sleep and circadian rhythms is not a new discussion, as you both pointed out. But there's a lot of science that backs that this is the best practice for our students. And if we continue to want to try to support students in the best way we can, I think that we can't give this up. I think we really need to continue to look at options while trying to meet all the needs of the different stakeholders. But I mean, the science is there. It's obvious that this is the best for our high school, middle school students, for sure.
So I think the proposed motion kind of gets at hit the pause button for the 23-24 school year, and then reconvene the committee and then see what they come up with for the 24-25 school year. So is there any version of that somebody would like to make a motion?
Mine was, I'm willing to make a motion on it, but I think that we need to have some kind of a timeline for it, that we have to have the committee formed by time, and that we need to have the committee ready to put out some kind of information after 3-4 sessions, whatever it is that they take, and have it ready by November or have it ready by December. So we have a timeline that we can say, we're gonna make a decision by this time, and then we can stop looking at this one for a while. And that, so I don't know how to make that motion.
We can come back with that kind of information probably through just an update or a memo or something once we look at the calendar for next year. Right now, I think everyone's just counting down to the end of the school year, and but we can look at the calendar and establish the meetings and look at the composition and all of those pieces and return with that as an update or something. I'm not sure it has to be a actual agendized item to say here's the charge of the committee. But
Okay, then I will take a swing at this motion, and please help me craft it. You want just... it is the recommendation of the school board that the unchanged time for 2023-2024 school year, and support the convening of a short-term committee to continue exploration of viable late start times in accordance with SB 3288 for implementation in the 2024-25 school year.
And before I ask for a second, I think, Anne Marie, that also encompasses your window, because I know
It does.
it's short term, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's encompassed in there. Okay, so may I please get a second?
Well, on
Or
that
not.
short term, Sharon, I don't know what you had in mind with that. I mean, is there any definition of that, or short term, the course of the year? I'm just curious.
well, I will not be sitting here in May of next year with a proposal because this is very late. So it will be
If
at the
know.
earliest, it'll be around the holiday time, and at the latest, it would probably be, I would say, February or depend. I have to look at when the board meetings are next year. So
Okay, I think it's
Right?
just
February
good
or March,
It's kind
depending
of
on
good
the
to
dates.
define it a little bit. I will second the motion.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, board, for that discussion, and thank you, Sharon, for the presentation and the data. Moving on to agenda item C, we'll welcome Craig Chavez to the podium. And this is public notice of the 2022-2023 joint initial proposal regarding collective bargaining agreement negotiations between ACT and CUSD.
And I'm just going to ask that the attachment be opened if you can, please. So pursuant to the government code 3547, ACT and CUSD jointly submit the following initial proposal for collective bargaining. The process allows the public to be informed of the proposal. The attachment has additional detail beyond the actual body of the agenda item. In January, the bargaining unit added 3 new classifications, as was mentioned before, of certificated employees, which included school psychologist, athletic director, and child development teacher. Many of the topics of negotiations are related to the addition of these classifications. Other topics requiring discussion are related to changes in the law which impact employees or matters the parties agree to review and work together collaboratively. For those articles, Article 1, introductory statements, and I'm not going to read the body of each of those items. They were available, obviously, when the agenda was published. Article 2, salary and wages. Article 3, conditions of employment. Article 6, leaves. And Article 9, unit member evaluation. So that proposal is here for you and was presented for the public.
Great. Thank you, Craig. And I know all of us were able to read through that attachment when it was posted with the agenda. So with that, do any board members have any questions for Craig, or go ahead and please make a motion?
Okay. All right. In terms of a motion for Mr. Chavez, I'll make a motion that the board hear. I make a motion the board hear any public input and adopt by roll call the joint initial proposal. Is that enough, or do you need more? That's enough.
That's sufficient.
Okay, thank you.
And a second?
I will second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you, Craig. Agenda item D, welcoming Dan Paul to the podium. Resolution number 23-09. This is the bid award for MOT roof replacement project, and we'll need a motion to approve after Dan's presentation.
Okay, this is a replacement of the MOT roof. It's 25 years old and suffered some pretty severe storm damage this year, so it's due for replacement. We invited 7 contractors. 2 came to the walkthrough and submitted bids, and we have money budgeted that can cover the cost.
What's up on that roof, Dan? What kind of roof is it? Just curious.
It's a asphalt shingle.
Okay. Well, I'll make a recommendation that the board approve and award the bid to Legacy Roofing and Waterproofing Incorporated.
And a second?
I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
All right, and continuing on the topic of roof replacement, we'll have agenda item E. This is resolution 23-10, bid award for CHS rooms 15 through 18 and 41 and 42 roof replacement.
All right, this is the bid awarding the roof replacement on rooms 15 through 18, 41, 42. Rooms 15 through 18 is a cedar shake roof that was installed in 1994. It's at the end of its lifespan. Due to fire regulations, we can't go back with cedar shake, and it also would cost about 5 times as much as we have budgeted. Room 41 and 42 suffered a little storm damage and was re-roofed in 98, so we want to move forward on both of those to keep them in good condition.
Thank you.
So I have a wild question for you. Have you ever seen any school districts that have living roofs?
We have a living roof on the green building at the Habitat.
Me Earth, yeah.
If you want to put on a living roof, you have to structurally design the building for it. So, yeah, you have to build from the start, and nothing we have outside of that building is
Is ready for
structurally
it,
designed
yeah.
for it. Yeah.
We have a little office out in the back that we just built, and we put a living roof on there, and all the poppies are blooming right now. It's quite beautiful.
I'm waiting to see how it works out. The one's been on the Habitat 12 years, and I'm waiting to see.
You know, if you want to see some beautiful ones, drive down the coast where they have some gorgeous, large living roofs, but you're right about the structure. I will reluctantly make this motion because I love shakes, but the fire department and the insurance companies do not love them anymore. So I'll make a motion that the Board of Education awards the bid to Scudder Roofing Company to replace or repair the rooms 15, 18, 14, 42.
Carl, it's rooms 15 through 18
Yeah.
and 41 and 42.
It's through. Sorry, I missed the through. I got 41, 42, but I missed the through. So it's 15, 16, 17, and 18. It's 4. Is it a wing?
It's the science wing with the photo room lab in it.
Okay, gotcha. Now I gotcha. Okay.
Can I get a second, please?
I'll second.
Thank you.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne-Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, Dan. We'll welcome Yvonne to the podium for agenda item F. This is our report for school facility program eligibility. And for the board's edification, this one is information only.
Yes, thank you. During the 2019-20 school year, we began exploring the concept of a bond election as a result of the completion of the facilities master plan that was completed in June of 2019. In that school year, we also had 2 robust meetings with the board to discuss the concept. And then the COVID-19 pandemic hit, and it all came to a screeching halt, as you know. So we began discussing it again late last year in around January 2022, and we knew that we needed some additional information on what our eligibility was for the state facilities program. And so we contracted with Williams and Associates last spring, and she's very experienced in doing this kind of work. And so she just completed the report, which is what you have in your agenda. The state facility program is quite complicated unless you're a really huge school district that has a full facility staff and architect and people that can stay up with all, with the regulations and all of the work that goes into that. Districts generally contract out that work. So they completed their research, and it culminated in a summarized report that is attached for your information. It provides information on funding for new construction, of which we are not eligible to due to declining enrollment, but we are eligible for modernization funding. So the district has received modernization funding in the past, as they've completed projects that were eligible for that state program. And the state facility program has been in existence for quite some time, and it provides 60% of funding for a qualifying project. So the report details eligibility for each school site, and eligibility is per school site and based on the age of buildings. The last part of the report, the very last page of the report, summarizes funding eligibility for each site, and it shows that through 2028, with most of the funding becoming available to apply for, it doesn't necessarily mean that it would be available at that time, but you can apply for it for $18.7 million through the 2028 school year. So we know that we have many facility needs. Our facility master plan certainly guides that information, and this will help us financially plan at the point that we do go forward with pursuing a bond election. So with that, I'm open for any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you. And I know the information you referenced was attached when the agenda was posted. So does anybody have any questions or thoughts for Yvonne?
Just a quick question, Yvonne. So with the master plan, will that be revisited just because it's been a while, or is it pretty set? I mean,
you know, there's always, I think the facility master plan is very thorough. It's one of the things I studied when I first was hired here, studied it quite extensively, and Dan Paul, of course, was a big part of that. And so he's very knowledgeable about what's in that plan. It's a living document, and things do change, and sometimes those priorities change. Even from the time that it was created to the time we started planning, and that first year that I was here, the priorities changed in just that amount of time. But the projects that are identified within the facilities master plan are not going to change. I mean, they're going to need addressing at some point. So it's it's very comprehensive. There's more in that facilities master plan than we could possibly do. And so that's where we have to continue to prioritize. And those are the things that change, are those priorities sometimes.
All right, if there aren't any more questions, thank you so much. We appreciate the overview.
Thank you.
Oh, but you're staying with us.
Yes.
You're till the end. Agenda item G. This is resolution number 23-11, authorizing the filing of documents under the state facility program. So for the board, we will need to go ahead and, if we see fit, approve this resolution.
Yes, so this is resolution 2311, which the Office of Public School Construction requires us to designate no more than 2 individuals from the district that can file documents and sign documents under this program. So it's very connected to the first, the one that I just talked about. So I am recommending that you adopt resolution 2311, designating myself and Dan Paul as agents that can do that.
I make a motion to approve resolution 2311, authorizing the filing of documents under the state facilities program.
I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Amory Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you. Agenda item H, this is J-13A, the request for allowance of attendance because of emergency conditions.
Yes, as you know, the CDE requires districts to provide a minimum number of instructional minutes each year. The J-13 form is a CDE form that allows districts to seek a waiver of those instructional minutes due to unforeseen circumstances, which is usually weather-related. And so we experienced severe weather on March 10th, 14th, and 15th, resulting in school site closures. There was a minor error listing that's attached to your agenda, listing the authorizing administrator on the document was incorrect. And if you will just in your motion acknowledge that, we will submit this document with that minor correction.
Great.
Then I would recommend approval of this, of the J-13s.
Great. So with that correction,
I
we
can
can
make
go
a
ahead and
motion.
do a motion. You have the
Okay.
correction.
I recommend that we approve J 13A submissions to request allowance for attendance with correction to the March 15th form to updating the authorizing administrator to Sharon Ofac.
I'll second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Yvonne. Agenda item I, this is Resolution 23-12, the Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators. Welcome back, Craig.
Thank you. So the annual declaration of need is a prerequisite to the issuance of any emergency permits or limited assignment permits by the Commission on teacher credentialing for California. We may not necessarily need to utilize all of the items that are identified, but we are required to submit this on an annual basis to put us in a position where we have them if the opportunity or the need arises. I will indicate, and if you can open the attachment, which is the second document, not the first. And I'm going to ask you to go to the third page, please. Only because I'm going to speak to a particular item here, and it's one of the good things that happens here in Carmel, in that we have some flexibility, and we have to take a look at opportunities for our students. In the case of a couple of these limited assignment permits, we have individuals with full credentials that are staff members at this time as teachers. However, we have some new courses that are being presented, and this gives our teachers who are already fully credentialed an opportunity to finalize additional certifications while they're providing service to students in particular areas of interest for students. So home economics and industrial and technology education, for example, are two of those areas we're trying to reach further to here at the middle school, and this will allow current staff to be able to provide those areas of interest for our students. So we're excited about that.
Thanks, Craig. May it please receive a motion to approve resolution number 23-12.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve resolution number 23-12, Declaration of Need for Fully Qualified Educators for the 2023-2024 school year.
And a second?
Second.
Board President Sarah Hines.
Yes.
Board Member Seabury Nockbar.
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Board Member Anne Marie Rosen.
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini.
Yes.
Great. Thank you, everyone, for your participation in tonight's meeting. That'll end the open portion of tonight's board meeting, and I'll go ahead and, before we adjourn into closed session, I'll go ahead and identify the closed session items. Closed session agenda item A, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, Division 2, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 of subdivision D of section 54956.9, one case. Closed session agenda item B is conference with legal counsel, existing litigation pursuant to Government Code 54956.9, subdivision D1, Office of Administrative Hearings, case number 20220608843, OAH case number 20230400026. The name of the case is Save Carmel versus Carmel Unified School District, Monterey Superior Court, case number 22CV004064. Closed session agenda item C, conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code 54957.6, negotiator Craig Chavez regarding ACT, CSCA, and non-represented groups. Agenda item D, public employee discipline dismissal release pursuant to Government Code 54957, subdivision B1. E, public employee appointment pursuant to Government Code 54957B1, title Carmel High School Principal. F, public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code 54957, Superintendent. Thank you all for joining us tonight, and we will reconvene to open after we get out of closed. Thank you. coming out of closed session, according to our board bylaw, we need to extend our closed session meeting from 10:30 to 11:30. May I please get a motion to extend to 11:30?
I move to extend our closed session meeting to 11:30.
And I will second.
Board President Sarah Hines,
Yes.
Board Clerk Carl Palestrini,
Yes.
Board Member Jason Remenzi.
Yes.
Reporting out of closed session. For agenda item 4B, the board took unanimous action to enter into a settlement agreement resolving a dispute regarding the educational placement of a student in the amount of $42,650. The board also received an update regarding the ongoing external review of the superintendent's actions in relation to recent personnel matters being conducted by Bob Henry with School and College Legal Services. The board anticipates having an update on this matter at its June 7th board meeting.